VIP role. You're literally a mod. What the fuck? What? Do you want to be demoted? Is that what's happening? Did you want to be demoted? I could demote you to VIP. How do I do this? VIP at Good morning. How are you? Y'all are on a group chat and I'm so FOMO. I'm so FOMO right now. Promotion to VIP? Ah. How's everyone doing today? I got startled awake this morning because Ponko tried to jump into the bed, but I guess he missed and he fucking like face planted, crashed into the floor instead. So that woke me up. Ah, I just spilled coffee all over my desk mat! I'm so cringe. Holy shit. Tired? Yeah, me too. Oh man, that sucks. Alright, it's okay. It's my shitty desk mat. I made myself some loud coffee. Yeah, it has been a long week. I agree. Yeah, rip desk mat. Oh well. We're gonna be working on emotes today. Yippee! I don't really know what emotes I want to be working on, if I'm gonna be honest. I think I have a couple ideas. Let me first look for a reference. Emotes, yeah. All right. Open. Make a canvas. The hair has been cut. How does it feel? How does it feel to have short hair? Maybe I'll start with the dishing was goddamn. I called it the stylist is very convincing, so it's not super short. Oh, okay. Shoulder length. Oh, my hair's getting so long, if I'm gonna be honest. My hair right now is down to my lower back now, I think. I don't know. I always have it up because it's always in the way. Let's see. Yeah, it's like lower back, right above the waistband of my pants. Once it starts getting tucked into my pants, I usually cut it. I haven't been able to donate my hair in a few years though, because I bleached the fuck out of it, so. It's been layered so it doesn't poof out and frizz as much. Oh, exciting. Upper mid back. Ah. Trying to see if I can. Emote ideas. Anybody have any suggestions for emotes? The only one that I have written down is the taking notes one. A couple inches below shoulder blades. Ah, okay. I'm like scrolling through my bookmarks to see if I can find anything, but like, I save so many things. Save so much art. A chaos one? You gotta send me what that looks like. I don't know. Ah, like the Elmo one? Okay, okay, okay. I also wanted to work on, actually, maybe before we do emotes, I should work on sub badges because we're very behind. I looked at it yesterday and it looks like that's not the right one. No! No! Stop. Okay, we've gotten up to the 2-year mark, but we're at 4 years, so we're 4 behind. And I actually want to redo everything from like probably maybe like 1 year onward. Excuse me. So yeah. I kind of want to stick to like the cat. Let's see. I want to do like cat style ones, but I'm not sure. I mean, I do have the shy emote. I have this one. And then there's also there's this one too. There is a blush one. Peak is a good idea. Okay, let's see. What if Curse you Twitch Mobile? I don't know what tiers they are. Let me look actually. I think I can. Where is your roads rewards emotes? I think they're all tier 1. Or actually, wait. Eh? Oh. Okay, so it looks like the shy and blush emotes exist. However, comma, they are bit tiers. Yeah. So that's why. I could like rearrange things and that's fine. Because as it is now, here, let me see if I can find a way to display all my emotes on stream. Is there a way to like have an emote showcase? Manage your sub. Oh, the sub. How do you? Is there a way to show emotes? Let's see. Wait, Twitch emote showcase OBS. Is there a way to like? Oh no, maybe not. These are so small. Aside from sending them yourself, not really. I just wanted to see if I could get them onto the stream, but maybe I'll do. Can I like paste this? Nope. Okay. Ah, chatto. Save. And then you guys cannot see that. These are the emotes I have right now. I can't make it smaller because then you can't see shit. Hodge. Yeah. All right. Hit it. All right. Thank you, Nate. All right, but I think I want to start with the badges because the badges are the ones that I, for sure, don't have very far finished. There. All right, let's just stick it up here. So these are my badges as of right now. All right, cool. Let's see. So I have a small idea. What if I did like a really round cat and like basically drew from 2 year, yeah, for the 1.5 years and beyond as like the Nakamiao. And just like different amounts of like Oshikatsu gear. I don't know how many people have anything beyond 6 months. Or, I don't know, actually, is there a way to see what your longest subs are? I know Brad has, like, a pretty... far... a long one, but I actually don't know if there's a way to view that. Like, how long someone's been subbed for. I think there is, because I kind of remember exporting the information when I made a, when I made the sub checkies, but yeah. Oh, hi, meow! Good morning, Brad. We're working on sub emotes first, actually. Sub badges. I think it is primarily you and Jake in terms of people who have higher up, oops, badge amounts. I don't know how exactly I want to draw it. I guess, okay, I had one idea that I had like kind of sketched out on my iPad a while ago. So if I... Alright, we're gonna hide this. Oops. I don't know how to make this not weird. Alright, whatever. I'll just do it by hand. Fuck it! Alright. I feel not intelligent right now. I feel like I'm lacking intelligence to do anything. Brain ain't braining? Yeah, my brain definitely is not braining. So, all right, question. For the Nakamiao, what things would y'all want on, or what elements of my design would y'all want as a way to represent the Nakamiao? Because I have light sticks, so my plan for what year? I would like to do for the 2-year. I want to do something like this, where apparently I can't draw a straight line. I wanted to draw a light stick like this for 2 years. And like miscellaneous things. But does Nakamiao, in y'all's opinion, have any other parts that distinguish Nakamiao as Nakamiao? Like, I'm trying to think, what are things that y'all would want in the design? The cat's already so cute. It's you! It's you guys! Part of me feels like it should be kind of like this, where if I got the... What color cat? I think giving us a hairpin like yours is really cute, but it's my hair clip. Maybe, I have an idea. I have a better idea. What if instead of a hair clip for you guys got see the vision? Like a tuxedo kitty, but instead you've got take off the hairpin and go get you. Wait, I need to look at cat patterns though, hold on. Cat patterning. What are like the different patterns on cats? My Nakamiya is very sick. They got toxic masculinity. What do you mean? I need to give you guys little socks. This is a necessary part. These guys get little socks. And then I can have, oh, one ear. I feel like I should change this a little bit. Inverse meow? Yeah. That's the thought. And then I'll also color in the tail. Yeah. So thoughts? You guys think you're cute? Y'all have kind of like a... So originally, my design was supposed to be like long hair Siamese cat, but then I was like, I feel like that's a little suspicious if I am, as a Thai person, make myself a Siamese cat. I feel like that's very strange. So I was like, okay, what if I made myself a ragdoll cat? But now my tail is not the right kind of amount of fluff, so I will be fixing that in my full body, but let's see. What are the different patterns? Do y'all have a preferred cat brand? Brand of cats y'all would like to be? I am supposed to be a black ragdoll cat. But more like, I guess, is it called, it's called seal is the type? Where like my ears and face and tail and paws are black, but the rest of it is like a dark gray. I think is like what it's called. Okay, so maybe I'll do this and then okay. So this will be like the basic. This will be the 1 year, right? Is that what I said? 1.5? Maybe I'll just... How many do I need to make? At least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, I'm so behind. Okay, wait. So we got this one. This is gonna be... I'm not gonna number them for now. I'm just gonna put 1. Why did that write 12? Okay, this is gonna be 2. 2 is gonna have a light stick. What are like... I'm trying to think of like, what are like different like things y'all would do. Part of me feels like holding it is not in the mouth, should be a later one. What if... Okay. I have ideas. Okay, what if we do it like... Progression could be no light stick to purple light stick to gold light stick. I see. I thought about color progression, and I know that like a lot of people like color, or like a lot of streamers do color progression, but I kind of want to make like the later emotes past like essentially past the 6-month mark as different poses and stuff instead, because basically everybody has been here for a very long time at that point, in my opinion, and so like I just kind of want, instead of doing a color progression thing, to do just like different amounts of excitement and attachment, I guess. I was thinking that just because you use gold as an accent, so the amount of people who get gold would be sim. That's true. What if, okay, here, let me think. What if we did something like, hide this layer. Oh wait. How do cats look like when they loaf? I want to make a loaf version. They look like a loaf of bread? That's the hope. Bread cat, yes. How do I indicate that it's like not just a head? Trying to think. What are... Top one on. Hey! I don't know how else to, cause when cats loaf, you can't see their paws. Like what the fuck? Where are they supposed to go? Now it looks like it's wearing a bra. Excuse me. If they are resting their head on the ground a bit, you can see a little bit. Ah, okay, okay. Maybe then, if that's the case, then I'll make it like... Bliss? Oh, bless. I heard bliss, and I was like, huh? Is this better? I think this looks more loafy without being kind of strange. Maybe I'll make this one and then sitting up more proud too. And then, oh, I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. I've been just basically making a copy of this folder. So this will be my new one. This will be 2. All right, what if I do something like, remove this. I can leave this part. 100% rate is a loaf cat. Okay. Now I have a silly idea. But I don't know how to convey this, so I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't need this yet. I'll just hide this for now. Okay, so I'll start with this, and then when a cat is on its belly or on its back, the loaf one almost looks like a standing cat viewed from the top with a 0.5 times camera. Hey, wide angle lens cat, also okay with me. I think that's very, very fair as well. How the fuck? I don't, wait, hold on. Let me think. I'm just gonna have y'all eating my hair clippy. I feel like this. Okay, I feel like the proportions of this don't quite make sense, but like, I'm trying to think. I have to. I feel like I'm not sure how to draw like a cat, a very, very, very round cat laying on its back. So I need to look at a reference. Hmm. Uh... Okay. We're gonna just redo this whole thing. I love how drippy the face is. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the face looks effectively stupid. Do not worry. Do not fret. That will not change. Okay. I have a better understanding about cat shape now. Suddenly, I'm more understanding. This is why, friends, use references. So actually, I'll make sure my Twitch connect. Now my emotes should in fact, oops, hit my head if someone want to drop an emote into the chat and then see if it works properly. Be any emote. Cool. Thanks. Yippee! Okay. Thank you. Now you can officially throw things at me without having to actually throw things at me. You could throw emotes at me. I didn't really know where like a foot would go. think I might have to scoot this over a little. As an owner of 2 cats, the feet can go anywhere. Good to know, good to know. Okay. Cats really are remarkable creatures. What kind of kitties do you have? How do they look? Are they adorable? They have to be adorable. By law, cats have to be cute. Even the ugliest cat in the world is cute, somehow. Would love I love when people send pictures of their cats and their pets into the into the server. Why does this look so silly? Hold on. Oh, whoops. This. I'm just sketching out all of the designs before I do anything. I feel like this is so silly. Okay, what are other What are other poses? What are very cat poses? So we have this as 1, 2, 3. Actually, what if I did? Okay, I want to do this as 4. 4. Oh my god, excuse me. And I have an idea. For 3. All right. What if we had it like actually wait. Three. This. If I how would this work for if I were trying to make it so that the cat is trying to pounce onto something? First, I think this would be smaller. And the tail, like... the tail go? Why can't I figure this out? Okay, wait. I don't know how would it, how, my brain's breaking. I'm trying to figure out how would it look like if it's gotta be butt up for pouncing? Yeah, but you're a sphere. Like, how would a sphere put its butt up in the air? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that work? Squish the square into or sphere into a bean. Okay. I figured I'd want to make it so that... Let me see, let me think. Would this work? Ah! I'm so... I'm like looking at some artists, like ways that they draw really chunky cats, but like they're like chunky. They're not round. So like I'm still lost. Which way would the cat's tail go? In this case. Like this, maybe? Good shape. I've been struggling since you've left on how to shape a cat that's trying to pounce when said cat is a sphere. Okay. Play. So Angie, yeah, you guys are determined. I don't know why it's like freaking out when I do that. Hello? What the heck? So, thoughts. Oh, that's why it's symmetry tool turn off. No, I don't care about you. Air. Pear? Pear what? Pear-shaped? Ah. Alright. So we've got so far 1 loaf. 2 it. Perfect pounce pose for a sphere. Okay, cool. 3 attack. 4 you got it. Yay! And then I have this one, but I might change this because we have this one, so I might change this one up a little bit to make it a little bit more unique and different. Would Meow Lightstick be purple or pink? Well, actually an official color. And it's more purple, I think. Is it purple or pink? That's my favorite question. The entirety of Meow is it purple or is it pink? But I think it's more purple. Yeah. Cause like I think technically the color name for what I am is mauve or more of a mauve, like MAUVE. But it's funny because it's defined as a pale purple color, but people will often call it mauve pink. Fun fact. And if you look, is mauve a pink or a purple? And the answers are, the jury is still out. Yeah, it's on purpose. It's been 100% on purpose that I've been that my color is ambiguous as to whether I'm pink or purple. But yeah, I think the light stick color leans more purple than it does pink. Mostly because if you've ever had a light stick, the pink colors are like really bright pink, and I feel like that's not quite the pink Meow is anyway. And so I think it leans more towards purple. But yeah. I wonder if there is a mauve light stick. I don't think so. Yeah, there's not. It's just purple. So yeah, there's not really a. The pinks tend to be like a hot pink, so I feel like that's too bright. So I I prefer purple in that sense. But yeah, I think the light stick emote should be a free emote, right? Not actually sure. I know. Viewer rewards. Yeah, it should be a follower emote, so people should just be able to get. Okay, so let's. How many are we? How many do we need? 6? Oh, we're on 4. Okay, so we have this one. Hello, I need assistance. What the fuck kind of cats do cat things? What are cat things? I think it's cute to do them in little pairings though. Like, so like 1 and 2, 1 is loaf into sitting up. 3 is attack and 4 is playing with it. So I need a 5 and a 6. What are other cat actions? Good cat action. Hey. What are classic cat things? Eating or sleeping? What would I do eating? What would I do eating? I could do sleeping. But like, how would I do sleeping that's not just a loaf? I feel like loaf is already sleep, right? Okay, what if I do this? Okay, I have a small idea. I have a small idea. Okay, I'm gonna make a circle again. All right. All right. This is gonna be 5. Wait, sorry. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we'll have another one eventually, but that's fine. We'll just leave it as is for now. Okay, what if? I said this. Actually, wait. This bigger. What if you give me your heart? Actually, wait, hold on. Ah! I want to move this up more. It's like, I found this for you, yeah! That's the thought. Okay. Oh. All right, so 5 will be this. And then maybe a 6 will be the light stick one, but I'm trying to think of what's a good way to do the light sticks. Ugh. My back. Cause I want it to be similar to how, like, I think this in general is probably like the easiest, or this is the mascot traditional, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like template for Nakamiao. But how would I fact? I want to do something kind of like this, but I want to not use the same pose from the. Requesting a light stick wavy emote for the Nakamiao. I have this one. Technically speaking. But I do want to make one of the Nakamiao doing this. I feel like that would be really cute. Okay, I have idea. Okay. What if we keep like similar vibe? But we'll make it, instead of like presenting it to you, it's like gonna try to wave it with its mouth. So I want it to be leaning more, so it'll be more like this shape is so silly looking. All right, it's okay. Stick with me, guys. I promise you guys won't look stupid. Probably. Oh my god, why can't I draw the other ear? For some reason, I have the inability to draw cat ears like facing the left direction. I have to always flip my canvas to do it, otherwise they look stupid. I'm gonna move this over or centered. Okay. And then I'm going to I really like your guys' big fluffy tail. It's so cute. Thoughts? What Toge Kitty? Okay, so this will be number 6. All right, we did it. Oh, I don't know how that mashed a bunch of extra buttons. Yippee! Okay, so we can start lining all of these, I think. Yeah. Do a quick little scribble. Don't forget. Yay! All right. So that'll be replacing from 1.5 years until 4 years. So, Brad, what level are you at? How far are you? Emote. How many years is that? $38 months? Bro, why are you talking? Why are you... What is 38 months? You're making me do math? Bro, it's like when people are like, yeah, this is my child. They're 17 months. Like, why don't you just say like they're a fucking year and a half, man? And you want me to do the math? Asking the streamer to do the math is toxic. All right. Let's start with the loaf. Loaf number 1. How was I supposed to know there was math to be done? Because Twitch tells me like this. Oh, that's... Twitch gives it to me like this. Why don't they say it like, I don't know, the way that it's with the fucking, with y'all? That's like, I don't know, fucking 12 months, freaking 18 months, freaking 24 months. Plus 6 is 30, 36, 42, 48. Every time I log into the stream, it tells me my sub anniversary months. Oh. Interesting. Also, side note, I don't know what it is, but the way I wrote 48 here looks really nice. Like, here. I don't know. This is just nice. Also, the way I wrote 42 here is also very nice. It's a snowman? Yeah, I write my 8s like snowmen. I don't know. I don't write 8s like this. I feel like that's ugly. I like my little... I like my 8s to look nice and snowman. Cause like... The fuck is this? That's ugly! This is nice. I also recently was talking, I think with Kuno and a bunch of other people, we were talking and I was like, why the fuck do I cross my T's before I like write the T? Like, I think a lot of people write their T's like this. Yeah, no, I write it like this. The reason? Because in Chinese, sure, 10 is written like that. You write the horizontal first, and I was like, whoa, the Chinese stroke order, actually, that's fucking crazy. It's cooked into my brain. I didn't even know. Yeah. That's just crazy. My dad definitely yelled at me a lot if I wrote things in the wrong order, so I had it baked into my brain. All right. What is this? One year? 1.5. All right. 1.5 year. All right. How do I want to do this? Okay, I want to make sure the outer lines are the thickest. So I'm gonna probably pretty small. Okay, I'll do like 80 and then the inner lines will be thinner. And I want to do the outer lines to be a thicker black too. So that it stands out better in the thing. Okay. Also, how are you today, Unsponsored Geek? Been a good day. Yo, it's the first week in a long time that people aren't coming to hang out and stuff, and I'm kind of excited to just turn into a vegetable at home. Like, that sounds so unbelievably nice. Good, very good. Post jorts? Jorts? What about jorts? Jorts the cat was born on May Day? Oh. Why was the cat's name Jorts? Is there a reason for that? Hmm. John or Jean is the smart tortie and George is the orange cat? Am I missing some lore? Help. Ah. Okay, I think I'm following now. Jean is a real name, but it makes a funny joke. Yeah, okay, I'm following now. You guys say cryptic things to me, and my slow-ass brain is not able to do that. You need to investigate the lore of the legendary Jorts and Jean. Oh. I think if actual jorts, when people say jorts, because that's my brand. Yeah, I was gonna say I do too. I literally think of like real jorts because you wear jorts unironically. Epic Reddit post started a legend. I see, I see. See, believe it or not, I'm actually not on Reddit as much as other people. I think a lot of people in this generation, and also just like, dude, I'm so sad about this coffee stain on my desk mat. A lot of people in this generation and around my age and stuff, a lot of people are on Reddit and use Reddit pretty religiously, like all of my friends do, and I just don't use Reddit. Like the first time I really actually used Reddit was for work, when I worked at Healthy Gamer. And like now I literally don't touch Reddit. So I'm definitely not a person who uses Reddit very much or at all. This makes you guys look old. How do I do cat whiskers. I am a Zoomer who is only a filthy casual Redditor. I'm even worse than a casual Redditor, I'm gonna be honest. How should I draw the whiskers? How do people draw whiskers on the kitty? Okay, I think instead I will just not draw them like that, and then I'll do them. I need to make the face larger. Um... Should I make the other eyebrow like... Sure, why not? I'm wondering how softly I should color this. Should I make it like... Like, I'm wondering if I should, instead of like doing it like this, if I should... Here, this is my other option for coloring it. Oh. Where is the fuck? I kind of like this. Then... Nope. I think I prefer it like this. This cat reminds me of Shigua Miao from Sagwa. You've caught me. It was a little bit of the inspiration from it, I will be honest. I did watch a lot of Sagwa as a kid. But Sagwa's pattern is like a maple leaf, no? Unless I can't remember. I can't really remember a lot of the characters in that. Sagwa. Okay, yeah. She has like a maple leaf type pattern. Yeah. I do remember that show. At some point in time, I kept on thinking like nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about when I talk about this. I was like, is this like some media that like no one remembers but me? Because that would be fucking insane. I don't really like how I feel like doing that doesn't make it stand out very well when it turns into a small emote, because like it's gonna be really tiny. So I feel like doing the textures on it and stuff is not gonna really make a big difference. Oops. And then we'll do a little bit of pink. My ears have been causing me so much annoyance recently. Ah, frustrating. Ah. All right. All right. We've got number 1, the 1.5 year. What if I just export it now? Hold on. Twitch badges. Emotes. See if I can get it to upload right away. Station subscriptions, fiber badges. Deleting your subscriber badge could negatively impact your subscribers. Don't worry, I will do it. Oh. Oh, I have to upload it as 3 different... Okay, hold on. Twitch badge resizer. God. Why do you gotta fucking resize? Why we gotta do this? Damn. Oop, that's not what I... Extract. I made it more gray. But should I make it darker? Do you all like this color, or do you want it to be darker? We shouldn't need 3 different sizes, just one of those 3, unless you're being extra picky about it. Badges specifically? I don't know, it says upload 3, but... Like, is this color okay, or do we want it to be darker? I can make it darker. Por ejemplo. Can make them darker. Or like, do we want to be black and white? Do we want like black and gray? I guess here I can like a sample. This is an option, or if we do like edit tonal correction. File. Do we like this better? Like which one do we like better? This one or this one? The darker one? We can get a cute little poll out. Oh, true. I think white would probably work better just for the sake of the coloring. Yeah. Because I'm like looking at it, but also alternatively what we could do, oops, is do this. So there's higher contrast. Actually, I don't know. Hold on. I think I'll leave it, actually. I think I'll leave it. I think I'll leave it. I'm like looking at it in the thing, and I think that the contrast is like pretty decent. A little more gray, but I think that's fine. Right. Cool. Now we have cat number 2. 2 year. Yar. Whoopsies. 2 year. All right. Oi. Wow, that is a horrendous noise. Window. All right. Big empty void eyes. I could technically add like a Weedle. But isn't it funnier if I just leave them as little voids? Had to tuck in my dog. He looked very, very cold underneath my desk. That is a smooth brain. That's you! That's you. Is this an accurate representation? Do you feel seen? This is a rare instance where Funko Pop aesthetics actually work. Don't call it Funko Pop aesthetics. I'm a little offended. Yeah, they're just empty eyes. I'm trying to give the most accurate representation of the Nakamiao here, okay? Holy shit! 22 months, that's almost 2 years! Whoa! How are you today, Laffy? We're making new sub emotes or sub badges. We're like literally uploading them as we finish them. So this is the 2-year one. This one will be wait. Wrong. You won't get this one yet. Next time. Right? Wait, hold on. 22. Yeah. Why is this yours not updated though? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Refresh. Oh, it did refresh on. Okay, I have to refresh the page. Oh yeah, you have a new badge right now as it is. It's the you have this badge. This one. Yeah! Decided to update them because I'm also very behind on badges actually by like quite a lot. I was behind by 4 tiers, so that's 2 whole years. I haven't thought about Funko in so long. I almost asked what's the Funko. Unfortunately, as a person who goes to conventions very regularly, I know too much about what a Funko is, and I wish it was awful. Is it gonna be purple and gold? The cat? No, you guys are gonna be black and white. But you guys will have a meow colored light stick at the end. This is okay, here, I can show you. So this is 1.5 year. This is 2 year. I'm working on it. Here, here. 2 year. This is 3 years. This is 3.5 years. This is 4 years. This is 5, 4.5, or whatever the fuck. I don't remember. I don't know where I am. Yeah, I don't quite remember the things now. 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4. Oh yeah, this is 4. Yeah, my ears are black and white. Yeah. I'm a ragdoll cat, so I'm just trying to give the Nakamiao more of a brand is more than anything. So Nakamiao are a little bit more defined in the grand scheme of things. Yeah! I hope that y'all like being cute little kitties. Nakamiao is like a dragoon now. There's real OC for them. There has been, but it's been like really shitty doodles that I hadn't really fleshed out beforehand. So now y'all actually have a bit more of a fleshed out design. Because it was always cat with light stick. Yeah, I think it's buried somewhere in Discord. And there was also like a memes template. Holy shit, Brad, that art you sent is so banger. What the fuck? That's so cool. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. I made like a memes one at some point. Tomate. Where is it? I just remember David drawing on it really memes at some point. I was like, here, have fun, and then he came out with something horrendous. I don't know where it is. Oh well. It's been too long. Give me the live updates. I'm going to Anime Boston. I'm going to Off-Kai. I'm going to Anime Expo for some amount of time. I'm moving soon. And I'm going to grad school. Yeah. Those are my life updates. Yeah. When are we grabbing food again? I'll be in NorCal for the Auto concert, as well as Impulse Bay Area, so we can probably grab food around then. Grad school for what? I'm gonna be getting my MBA. Yeah. Oh, are you going to the San Jose one? I'm going to the San Jose Auto Concert, not the one in LA. I'm gonna be getting my MBA. Basically, oh yeah, okay, we'll see you there then. Are you going with Josh? Basically, my reason for getting my MBA is because I've kind of thought about getting my master's for a long time. And I wasn't really planning on going anytime soon. And I didn't really know what I wanted to basically get a master's in because I completely pivoted my career away from public health. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm not working in medicine anymore. I could do something that's related to marketing. And I was like, you know what? I really want to continue doing my business like full time. I really love doing this. It makes me really happy. And what better way to legitimize my business than getting an MBA? And also that pleases my mother who wants me to get a master's really badly. So I was like, okay, I will go get a master's I will get an MBA. So I will be working towards getting my MBA. I'm working on my application still, but I have very, very good chances, I feel, to be getting in. I've already had my interview and I've submitted most of my application already, and admissions has been really, really sweet to me. So I'm hoping that it goes well. Obviously nothing's confirmed at this moment, but I'm hoping to start in August. If things don't work out that way, then I'll be starting later, probably in the beginning of next year. But as of right now, if things work out the way it goes, I will be going in August, and that means my schedule will be changing again as well. But hopefully not too much. It'll just mean like my work is being divided a little differently. But yeah. And part of the reason too for getting my master's now out of any other time right now is because I'm sure some of y'all are well aware that the current economy is not very good, in the sense that it's like really difficult to get into cons right now. And so kind of as a way to mitigate that, I will be getting my degree in that time, just so while the job market and everything is kind of in shit anyway. Business person Meow is so in character for you. I could see the vision during the Kuno stream. Oh. Yeah, I've been running my own business since 2019, and in the past few years I've been helping Kuno grow his own art business in terms of like cons and stuff and merchandise, basically getting into merchandising. So I have a lot of experience in merchandising and whatnot. And so I just wanted to kind of legitimize my business a little bit more. Something I kind of hope to do in the future, and to some degree working with Kuno is allowing this, but is allowing kind of doing fulfillment for other artists and stuff like that. So then artists who are especially industry artists who want to do things have a merchandise store but don't have the time, they can rely on me to do so. But yeah. Meow will be the best business. Oh, it's not just Etsy but the world. I'm super happy for you though, Meow. Great news. Thank you. Yeah, Kuno's shop launch went really, really well. We got, I think I'm not gonna give exact numbers, but we got 15 plus orders in the first 6 hours, and definitely it far exceeded what we expected to do on the first day. Sold out of a lot of things, which is really insane and very impressive. So if you are curious about Kuno's shop, it's shop.kunomd.com. I'm running it. Everything will be shipping from me. I'm handling all the fulfillment and whatnot. But yeah, it's been really cool. And I do in fact get a cut of that. So if you want to purchase more art, that's not mine, or it is mine. You can also go support my store. You can go also check out Kuno stuff, and it also supports me. Yeah. Yeah, I've been working on this since October. And there was a lot of hiccups along the way, but now we're here and we've got a good amount of stuff in and ready to go. And so I'm excited. Our next drop will be a VTuber drop, a VTuber merch drop. So look out for that one. It'll just have like his newer VTuber stuff. I kind of want a bone notebook and I have it filled with your art just to support you because the art is so cute. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do prints anymore for the most part. I'm not really a prints artist. It's not my strong suit. And so working with Kuno has been really nice because I don't have to worry about, you know, doing, oops. I don't have to worry about, oh my god, why is my brain broken? Prints, and I can focus on things that I enjoy doing, which is like little trinkets and things. Yeah. But I mean, I do have some prints on my Etsy as it is. I just don't like promote or advertise them very much. I still have prints left over. Like I mean, I can just pull up my Etsy. I can do this for you guys. Oh, it's kind of cut off a little bit, but it's okay, no worries. I'm not offended. So just as an FYI to anyone who does shop on my Etsy, why is it in Hong Kong dollars? Hold on. This has been a problem for me. I don't know why, but it has not switched out from Hong Kong dollars in so long, and I keep changing it and it just keeps going back to Hong Kong dollars, and I'm like, hello? Why? Let me in. Why is it not letting me in? Hong Kong dollars is the only currency Etsy accepts now? Apparently. What the why is my currency in the fuck? Currency. Oh my god. Save. Jesus fucking Christ. Are we in? Okay, we're back in USD. Good lord. All right. So prices are unfortunately going up because of tariffs and stuff like that. So for example, a lot of the charms have gone from $12 to $15. So just as like a heads up, I haven't increased the price of most other things that aren't currently impacted by tariffs, but I've had to adjust the prices of acrylic goods because I just recently placed an order and had to make adjustments as necessary. So yeah, we have our new acrylic standees, the Nikkei ones. Speakers are still up here. Those are still the same price. Different charms, but I do have prints. So these are the prints I have. So these are the video game girl prints I have. I just have Alaire and Young Zelda for those ones. But other prints I have are they even here? Am I a fucking liar? Did not even post my own prints? Huh? Well, it might not even be up here anymore. Okay, well, they're gone. I don't know where the fuck they went. What the I thought I had prints. Hello? Maybe I removed them? Anyway, I guess the video game girls are the only ones that are left up here, but they were VTuber prints at some point. But yeah, you could check out my store. There's a exclamation shop command in chat, so if you wanted to check it out ever, you can. Please don't eat tariff increases. I recently watched a 3-hour video on the tariff situation, especially in computer hardware, Gamers Nexus. It's crazy that most companies already had low margins to begin with because of supply chains. I learned a lot. Yeah, it's shop, not store. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I'm not eating a majority of costs in general. I'm definitely trying to avoid that. I am well aware that there are people who do that right now, and it's not something that I can sustain as a small business. But yeah, supply chain problems, there is a lot of people do end up eating a lot of the costs because small businesses especially feel really bad about passing costs over to consumers. It's just like a very common thing, and so a lot of people will try to, you know, subsidize or offset the costs as best as they can, but obviously it's not sustainable to do long term and for large amounts. So just take care of yourself. I'll pay like 200% as long as you don't go homeless, right? I'm happy supporting you. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I mean, right now it's kind of tricky because I think a lot of people are in a very sticky financial situation. Do you separate the tariff amounts as a separate line item? So, okay, so here's how the tariff thing works when it comes to small businesses specifically. So tariffs affect two aspects here. Let me just draw a diagram. Let me draw you guys a nice little diagram. Okay, here's how tariffs impact supply chain and stuff like that. So you have, let's say you have manufacturer, and then we have let's say the artist, so be artist, and then this is customer, right? And then we'll just say like this is the US, the customs. So what happens here is I will send my manufacturer like the designs, so I'll just say designs, right? And then my manufacturer will then send me the completed product. So this is the product, right? And so then once it goes through US customs, I get product plus and tariff, because it's getting imported. So whatever's imported is getting tariffed. So then when it goes down to here to the customer, I have to increase the cost of the product. So basically MSRP goes up because the tariff cost is integrated into the product price. So then this is also product plus tariff. This is product plus tariff plus profit is sent to the customer. So this is how the cycle goes. What people are also experiencing right now is that, let's say we have also, here, let me move this all down. Let's say we also have, just like for example, like let's just say like, I don't know, fucking Shein or AliExpress or any international good. Here, I'll put international goods. Okay, so the international good sends you a finished product for a certain amount of money. And then what happens is once it goes through US customs, it goes to the customer. And since anything that comes out of US customs will be charged the tariff. So this is the tariff plus the product. Oops. PRODUC product, which is the same thing as this, right? These are equal. Because it's whatever's coming out of the US customs. So when it is referred to, something is going from international seller to customer directly, it's usually referred to as a duty, which is why when you go to like airports, they sell things that are duty free, which is basically import tax free goods. So that's where like people are paying. The issue then comes, the reason why things are getting more expensive is because sometimes what ends up happening is that manufacturers will have to send things through customs, and then this impacts the supply chain here, which is when it's sent to here. So then things, the tariff basically is just added on and integrated into the price versus you paying it directly. So yeah, and sometimes, by the way, if an artist is an international seller, then it would go through the same process. It's just like instead it would go instead of through to the customer directly, it could become like artist to manufacturer to international good to US customs to customer, which then obviously has like a whole thing in itself. I think the idea of tariffs as national sales tax is pretty apt right now. Yeah, it's basically, a tariff is just an import good tax. prior to May 2nd, which is today, today, prior to May 2nd, anything that you purchased, anything you imported that was under $800 was covered under something called de minimis. So let me just, so pre May 2nd, you had something called de minimis. So if anything was, so if you send designs to your manufacturer and then your product gets sent here, if it is less than $800, you would get sent just product, no tariff. So then that's actually why a lot of artists were able to basically pass existing tariffs on things, because tariffs existed before before Trump, right? Tariffs have existed, just the amount that it was being tariffed is very different, because it went from like, you know, 125% to like 200%, whatever the fuck it was. Like, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, right? So because things were under $800, we're under the de minimis, exempt. Customers were able to receive goods minus tariff. And the tariff was a lot smaller. So even if artists were ordering things from their manufacturer that was greater than $800 and being shipped into the US greater than $800, they were still able to, you know, the cost was much smaller. I feel like I'm watching Spice and Wolf, came for the Kanono Mimi, stayed for the economics lesson. I feel like I always end up talking something about like, you know, things related to business and stuff in my streams, because it's just like what I have to do on a daily basis. So I remember when all like the tariff stuff was like coming out, I started like crashing out really hard. And so something that was interesting was because I was talking to Jake about this, and he didn't really understand the fact that why are customers paying directly when it's a supply chain problem? And I was like, well, you see, here's the thing, is that anything that is an international good is a imported product. So if you are buying something from like Good Smile, for example, Good Smile is like a pretty, or like the Hololive store, they're being shipped from international and they have to go through US customs. Anything that is from out of the country that comes into the country goes through US customs and is sent to you, is taxed with a tariff or like an import tax. But because you yourself are ordering stuff, you are the recipient of the imported good, and therefore you have to pay the duties. What happens in businesses cases is that they are importing things to then turn around to sell and whatnot, for like convert into sales, which is why the customer doesn't directly see the tariff or doesn't have to directly see the duty. And it has nothing to do with whether or not you're a business or not. It just matters on who is receiving the thing from customs. Whoever the first recipient from customs is the person who's going to receive the duties. Everything is international product because essentially we have no manufacturing here because we pay our employees a living wage. It's definitely more complicated than that. But yeah, and here's a problem, like the issue currently in tech, specifically. So the funny thing is, the point of tariffs, or I guess the goal that is supposed to be, the goal that tariffs are supposed to achieve is to basically domesticate production of goods to promote locally produced goods over imported goods. However, due to some silly, very, very silly, stupid things and the fucking current government's inability to understand how economy and business and supply chain works, we have instead given China a discount to produce phones. And if we wanted to produce phones in the United States, it would cost more, because guess what? All the parts to produce things are still tariffed. But you know what isn't tariffed? Fully produced phones. Isn't that really cool? So we're actually doing the opposite. We're doing the opposite because of how the tariffs are currently set up and the exemptions are set up, we are actually currently doing the exact opposite of what tariffs are supposed to do. And basically just collecting shit tons of money for no god knows what reason. Actually, we do know the reason, but I'm not gonna say that here. Yeah, very few people are being paid a living wage for sure. But yeah, anyway. So there's your little econ lesson, and business lesson. But I'm excited to go and to get my MBA and go into class and then just have like literally just everyone actively crash out about what's going on. But the way the program I'm going into works is that you have like different concentrations. So I think you do 3 different concentrations. I'll be doing entrepreneurship and marketing, and I don't know what the third one is. I don't remember, but yeah. $50 versus $3 is a world of difference, though. You know what I mean? They both are unlivable, if that makes sense. Yeah. The fact that all this is happening and the minimum wage has not increased past like what, like $7.50 or since like the 19 something, some insane bullshit is ridiculous to me. But yeah, that's where we are in that. Like, that's one upside of New York. Yeah, I mean, states, some states have a state minimum or minimum wage, which is nice. I don't know what California's current minimum wage. I think it's like $16. California minimum wage is $16.50. So yeah. Just like the fact that minimum wage has not adapted to basically any degree to what inflation is ridiculous. It's just crazy to me. It's just so absolutely insane. Like how, like nobody can survive off this. Oops. I don't understand economics, but this shit's fucked. This is why I don't know if this is a federal law or just California, but in California you are required to take a semester of econ when you're in high school, so you can know the absolute basics of how this works. Save as duplicate, PNG. Oh. Hope that was an interesting little information. A very quick TLDR on how that shit works. I just think that the wider internet is just bring manufacturing to the US so it's so easy. At least I'm not that far gone. Yeah, I mean, people are not realizing why it's not as easy as that. Economist, I'm not an economist by any means. I just am hoping to do my due diligence as a citizen of the United States. And I fortunately have a lot more baseline knowledge than I think a typical person because I run my own business. So also, if you refresh the page, if you have a 2-year badge, it should update to a 2-year badge for you. Certain other countries also have way less climate protections and pollution laws. If they exist, they aren't enforced. There's a lot of things in general that, like, it's very complicated to say, like, I would rather live in another country because, well, right now I feel like there's more desire towards that than ever. there's like a lot of other things and a lot of important issues that the United States, at least certain states specifically, support and defend comparatively to other countries, which is helpful. Like, I know that I live a very privileged life living in California, in terms of like protection of my rights and whatnot compared to other states. But obviously I have to pay that price because my taxes are fucking high. So like, you know, it's a balancing act. But the point of like the taxation on people is hopefully supposed to be to protect your rights, and you know, unfortunately that's not where we're at right now. Paneling burning, we have to stop the 1%. I am no longer asking. Agree. Yes, this is true. Yeah. Yeah. I was talking to Jake recently about how we were like, wonder how different the world would be if Bernie had won in 2016. And I was telling him, this is, oh, by the way, this is like the most I've ever talked about politics on stream and stuff like that, because it's very much directly impacting my livelihood as a business owner. However, I remember talking to Jake recently about how if Bernie had won the 2016 elections, how different things would be. And I was like, well, yeah, because the thing about Bernie is that he's always like understood that he is old and he needs to listen to the newest generation because we're forming the world that they're gonna live in. And so it's important to like take their needs into consideration. And that's been something I've always respected about him. So yeah. Yup. He likes cops too much. Quite frankly, I don't know enough about that. However, I do think that as things stand, I can agree that yeah. But I think if you're also if you are also promoting for reformation of things like the like cops, military, and things like that, you can be supportive of, you know, those ideas and hope to make that a change, like make a change in that, if that makes sense. Anything left of Bernie has been so thoroughly squashed in the US. So fun fact, because of all the shit that's been happening currently with you know, the tariffs and economy and all this shit and the world exploding against us, the literal side of politics is actually taking a lot stronger of a hold on the government and government changes and policies and things like that, because people are so sick and fed up. And also the fact that some people just genuinely hate Elon Musk, so people are finally like voting the other way. And the thing that's crazy is that one of the reasons why we ended up in the situation that we're in is because whenever economy or anything like that is bad across the globe, people will vote out whatever, you know, alignment was currently in place. And so they always rubber band the other direction. And so it happened across the globe, and that's basically why we went from having going from like a relatively liberal, you know, president to what we have now, because it was like, we'll take anything but whatever we just had. Hi Porple, how are you? Yeah. It's all a little complicated. But yeah. But interestingly, because Trump is such a shit show, fun fact, that a lot of other conservative parties across the world and conservative leaders are basically having to backtrack to show that they don't support people like Trump, even if they have, and if they have historically, the people no longer trust them. like this is happening in like Canada and Australia and all sorts of things. It's very, very interesting. Drawing while watching stream? Yeah! Draw with me. Which is never a good way to get anything done. Mindset of the average voter, yeah. The mindset of the average voter makes me sad, yeah. It's like, I don't know. Unfortunately, people just like operate. I think the issue with how people vote in general is that people vote as if things are on a much smaller scale than they actually are. So they vote for like there's like single issue voters and things like that, and they're voting for things on such a small scale that that's why it so negatively impacts how everything else works in the world. Where do you mostly get your news? I actually read lots of different articles, and I also talk to Jake a lot, and he watches a lot of Atrioc, so I watched I read, you know, things like from CNN and BBC, and honestly just like kind of whatever comes onto my feed. I kind of just try to read things, and like it's just, you know, I just try to like read different sources and different perspectives to try to best understand kind of different perspectives and whatnot. Like I remember actually sent Jake a screenshot of this article that came up recently. Let me see if I can find the screenshot. It's an article titled that I ended up reading while I was like waiting for my food, and it said, where is it? It's from CNBC. It says, it's in the economy section. It says businesses are already trying to pass tariff costs onto customers, federal report says. And I was like, this title is so clickbaity, because first of all, the article only talks about that for like 1% of the time, and then second of all, like they're making it seem like businesses are doing it maliciously when it's just inherently just the fact of like this shit, you know? Like, yeah. I'm randomly drawing Egyptian Giyu? Who's Giyu? I tried to be as informed as possible. I also am aware, like, I also try my best to also get some amount of news or like understanding of current events through social media, and then basically cross-checking it with information, because the reality of today's world is that there's a lot of information that we don't receive and we do not get, and that is not making it onto the news, that are big social issues, because they're not in favor of like the parties in power, basically. And that's not just to say like the president or whatever. It's literally like social issues of minorities are not often covered because they just aren't. And so it's important to me to keep up with these things. You know, as someone who is in a minority group, and you know, my whole, prior to pivoting out, my whole career was aimed towards providing medical care and assistance towards people who are in marginalized communities. People use the clickbait to back up their own ignorance and turn into arrogance. Agree. Yes, that does happen. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. I dig down to the original source material whenever possible. That's good if you can. First person recounts are helpful. It's also important not to only rely on first person accounts, because while they're really helpful in a lot of ways, everyone's own experiences, like first person accounts, can be biased because it's someone recounting their own experience. So that's just also something to like keep in mind when, you know, doing that kind of research. But it is helpful. It is helpful and very important. I think the thing that this generation as a whole is greatly suffering in is basically their ability to research and critically think and, you know, whatnot. Think critically about sources and stuff like that. I remember school was always very, very strict about that kind of thing, and now we have the problem of like AI infiltrating like literally every aspect of this generation's mind, and so then we're like suffering as a result. So yeah, brain rot's getting really bad. Yeah. Yes. Yep. And it's not inherently just an issue about like brain rot per se. It's just like overall there's a lot of issues. So I don't know what's worse, Zoomers being obsessed with AIs or CEOs obsessed. So it's not. So the era of Zoomers, the generation of Zoomers is typically classified, I believe, as from 1997 to 2004 or 5. So the people who are most obsessed with, like, you know, having like big brain rot problems and AI issues and like stuff like that are people who are in high school and earlier, which is actually Gen Alpha. So small important distinction. Basically anyone who's under the age of 20, I think, is typically considered Gen Alpha. So it is actually a different generation, but Zoomers unfortunately at this moment are getting blamed for a lot of things because freaking Gen Z was turned into Zoomer, and so everyone thinks that like iPad kids are Zoomers, but they are not. iPad kids are not Zoomers. iPad kids are Gen Alpha. Yeah, so slightly different things. I should have known since I'm Gen Z. It's okay. I think it's all confusing, if I'm entirely honest. Yeah, anyone who's born, I think typically, so it's interesting. It's very interesting to think about like how generations are distinguished and classified, because it's usually marked by major, you know, historical events and whatnot. So for example, although 1997 to 2004 or something like that is Gen Z, there's like the big thing about the cusper generation, or not the cuspers, but in general, cuspers have a very interesting lived experience, and that typically is classified as like 1997 to 2000 or something like that. Actually, let me look up the exact dates. Gen Z years. Okay, 1997 to 2012 is what it is. But I think people would typically classify like the cusper generation from like the first few years, which is like 1997 to 2001-ish. So pre 9/11 babies, basically, are cusper generations between millennial and Gen Z, and so they have a very different, a very mixed experience of millennial core life and Gen Z, and then anything is very core Gen Z until, you know, later on, and then you have Gen Alpha, which is like the last few years. Yeah. The cusper years on every generation is always going to be very interesting, because you end up having people who have very, very different experiences, who may be even born in the same year, and it's wholly dependent on who you grew up with, whether you grew up with people who are older than you or younger than you, and also just like the lived experiences of like your parents and whatnot, and that is very dependent. I'm also a cusper. Yeah. I'm slowly giving you guys, like, feeding you information about my age over time. You'll probably pinpoint my age, but I'm not gonna spell it out for anyone. But yeah, I'm also a cusper. So it's very interesting to me. So actually, this is something I talked to Jake about, because we were talking about how people always made fun of boomers for not being able to adapt to technology and stuff like that. But the reality is, the generations that are actually most adaptable to technology and stuff is Gen Z, especially later millennials and cusper Gen Z. Because if you look now, a lot of Gen Alpha and later Gen Z kids are not able to actually adapt in the way to technology. The reason why the generation of like the late millennials and early Gen Z are able to grasp and adapt to technology so fast is because that era was an insane boom of technology where there was really crazy progression from basically like fucking like brick computers to like literally we went from floppy disks to CDs from like within the first few years of that generation. So because of that, the technology changes that happened during those times made this generation so much more adaptable to technology compared to any other generation. And people say it's just a young kid thing, but it's not even true. It's literally just that generation, because as we get older and we see iPad kids and stuff like that, a lot of them don't actually have a lot of knowledge and understanding of technology and also like internet safety and just all these things because they didn't grow up with everything changing. They were basically handed an iPad to them in their hands when they grew up. So they already had the higher tech things, and so they don't know how to problem solve to figure out and understand older technology, and same thing with newer technology. You're so based. I just do a lot of thinking and observing and stuff and talking and, you know, keep cooking. Boomer does not remember World War II, does remember JFK assassination. Gen X does not remember JFK, does remember fall of Tehran and the Iran hostage crisis. Yeah. That's true. There's a lot of things. But yeah, there's like a lot of very interesting defining factors of like what makes a generation, and a lot of them are major historical events and whatnot. Yeah. I actually love talking about like the distinguishing features and things about different generations, because it's always so interesting to see how other people view them inherently based off stereotypes versus the reality of it, which is that it's all very dynamic and is very dependent on environment, but there are a few key features that will define a generation, and that is usually because of the environment that they grew up in, the world climate in which they grew up in. Millennial does not remember Malay's era, but does remember 9/11. Who remembers Persona 3 original release? Not me, I was like 4. Zoomer does not remember, does remember COVID-19. Zoomer also is not just 9/11, but Zoomer also typically will remember the economic crash of like 2008. That's a big one, in my opinion. Because more than anything, I think the end of the economic crash, which is 2012, is what defines the next generation. It's the ending marker of the Zoomer generation, which is very, very, very interesting to think about, because that means if you think about it from like a wider lens, the Gen Z is literally bookend by two really horrendous world events and like economic events, and just completely like has basically been given the shittiest world possible. Like Gen Z, I actually feel like Gen Z got completely shit on in the era of which they were born. The coolest thing that was given to us was like fucking computers and like MMOs and video games. Like that's it. That's all we got. Everything else was shit. Everything else was so garbage and bad. And we're just old enough to like have it impact our childhoods, you know? Gen Alpha does not remember pre-COVID. Don't think that's entirely true, because if you were born in 2012 or 2013 and COVID happened in 2020, right, you would have been like what, 7 or 8. I think you would remember a little bit of it at least, but I don't know, maybe not. I guess it depends on where you are. I guess again, it's cusper time. Counterpoint, COVID is a huge blank for me. I honestly cannot remember anything that happened during COVID. I just know that I was thriving because everything was online, and I am a person who is a homebody, and I did so well in school. That's like my peak grades in my, like, yeah, you know. I don't know the proper beginning point for Alpha. 2012, so is apparently when Gen Alpha starts, so. As soon as we had to go back in person, because I had my last quarter of school in person, because it was like right after like tail end of COVID, basically. Like, obviously we still had to be testing and masking and stuff like that, but like things were in person, especially like labs and whatever. My GPA actually shit itself. It's so funny. It's so funny to see. Generations are typically 10 to 15 years. So I think 2012 makes sense because it'll be 15 years if 97 is where it's marked. But obviously the eras, the ages and stuff, or the years are a little bit blending because of the whole cusper situation. I'm a Zoomer but had computer access in middle school. I'm trying to think. I remember when I was in elementary school, we had a computer lab on campus. Yes, there was still a computer lab. And we had the fucking big chungus, looks like a CRT Macintoshes. And that's what we did. What do we think about Gen Beta low-key existing, being like 4 months old? Beta males are 4 months old. Yeah, they were like green, I think. Or like teal? Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I have no idea. Honestly, is it Gen Beta? Have we just gone a full fucking circle? I don't even know anymore. Yeah, the giant Macs were very funny. I just remember having to like, in class, they would have typing class, and I already typed way faster than everyone else because Papa Cat was worked in like telecom and stuff, so he worked with computers a lot. So I was pretty lucky in that I had access to like computer usage to at least some degree when I was younger, and so I typed really fast as a kid, but I never learn how to type on home. Gen 1 iMac giant teal blob. Yeah, is that actually Gen 1? I will say I went to school in a pretty affluent area because Papa Cat worked Papa Cat worked in at a college. So because of that I had a like pretty lucky access to like that kind of stuff. But I don't think that was a universal experience. But computer labs were such a funny idea and concept. Just the fact that like, I don't know. The fact that kids nowadays, I think a lot of schools have iPad carts and computer carts and things, and I was like, damn. When I was in school, they could not put that shit on a cart. Like multiple, definitely not multiple, you know? Why did the marketing shift away from pretty colors to simplicity like shades of gray? I'm gonna be entirely honest with you, Laffy. That entire topic is one of my most hated topics in the world as a graphic designer, because we all have to learn about it, and people call it the curse of Helvetica. I'm not even fucking kidding with you. It's like awful. It's awful. Yeah, it's the same reason why logos and things like that have become so uncreative and things like that. It's not a nerve per se. It's just crazy. It's just there's so many, honest to God, a lot of it's like politics driven. It's why the US, in comparison to other places, got basically completely like shafted when it came down to aesthetics and things like that. And because it was like, it was because of what was considered innovative and change and impressive and futuristic. Which was basically fucking iRobot, sterile world, everything in white, AI and shit like that. And then that became the vision of the future, and it just became really sterile and plain. Yeah, that's the TLDR. My parents are so old, man, they couldn't teach me shit that involved technology. They were just kind of scared of everything, but eventually got used to smartphones and laptops. My Mama Cat was definitely like that. Papa Cat worked at a college, so he couldn't be like that. And he worked in telecom, and he worked on IT, like worked in IT and worked on servers and stuff, so he literally could not do that. But yeah, I mean, they're still like very fucking scared of technology in that way. Some, like, for the most part, I think most of my technology learning and growth came from my brother. So some schools, everyone has a take-home school laptop. I was shocked. Dude, I don't even think they have that at the schools I grew up in. And I used to go to the schools I grew up going to. They don't have that shit. And they were considered wealthy. Now that shit, still too expensive. That's too much. Like, it fucking neutralized over time. Yeah. Definitely did not have that. Did not have that growing up. Did not know. What the fucking take-home laptop? That's crazy. Crazy, I say. I had to take a Chromebook home. I take home a Chromebook the whole time. You know, actually, not the first person I've heard say this. Actually, my younger cousin told me. He also went to like a wealthier school, but they had Chromebooks as well that they had to take home. Made parenting me a nightmare because they take it away and I have, they can't take it away, so I have unlimited internet access. I mean, Chromebook technically is kind of a shitty computer anyway, so like you're not able to do much. But I will say I had a laptop. I bought a laptop when I was in middle school with money that I had saved up because I needed it because my brother was in high school at the time. And so I needed a computer to do work. And I definitely just played a shit ton of MMOs and stuff like that on this shitty ass laptop, and my computer sounded like a helicopter, and that was peak childhood. It's not really childhood, but like, you know, preteen era. I was in a period of when ITS didn't lock down Chromebooks that much. It's way worse now. I got really lucky in that regard. Ah. Yeah, I mean, there was not a lot of... The thing is that they introduced a lot of technology and stuff into students and stuff before they had the capabilities of actually monitoring it and, you know, not letting kids run loose with it, which is crazy to think about, personally. Got away with so much. Yeah, Mama Cat could not like take... My parents were not the kind of parents to take stuff away when I was in trouble, when I got in trouble, which I will say I got in trouble a lot. I was not an angelic child, I will admit. But whenever I got punished and stuff, they couldn't take stuff away from us because they knew that in reality they couldn't really do anything about it. So instead, I think I've told you guys this. Ever since I was a kid, Papa Cat never punished us by like corporal punishment or taking stuff away from us. No, Papa Cat was not a tiger parent at all. Instead, Papa Cat made us do exercise. I think I've told y'all before. Papa Cat, if I did something bad, if I got in trouble, he would be like, meow, 50 push-ups, or like, meow, 100 jumping jacks. And my brother and I, we both had to do stuff like this. So we would be crying and doing push-ups and jumping jacks and whatever, and like exercise. Yeah, this is how I became swole meow as a kid. It was so goddamn funny because I remember going into middle school and they'd be like, okay, everybody, time to do the fitness tests. And then they would be like, okay, you have to do this many push-ups. And I would outdo every single person in my class. Every girl, and I would be one of the last people still doing push-ups, and we'd get to like 50, 60 push-ups, and like some fucking testosterone filled, like wants to be a man preteen is like shaking in his arms being like, why is this motherfucker still going? Like, I'm gonna fucking die. And I'm just like, ee. At some point I just stopped caring and I just did the minimum because it didn't really matter past that. But yeah. Guys, it got so bad. Once we got to middle school, Papa Cat got a pull-up bar, and then it was like over for us. My brother and I both had to just start doing pull-ups because it was like push-ups and sit-ups and jumping jacks are not enough for you. Now, pull-ups. So lucky. I wish my parents were like that. Oh, Mama Cat was not like that. Only Papa Cat. Mama Cat was... We're not going to talk about Mama Cat. Mama Cat and I have a very strained relationship because of how she took care of me as a child. I had a very abusive mother. Yeah. But only towards me. My brother, because older brother, got away with a lot of things. But it's okay. I mean, I think it's more funny to think about Papa Cat's way of punishing us as a kid. So yeah, it's like probably the only reason why I have like any muscle in me. It's because of Papa Cat. But yeah, I have like very distinct memories of being at like grandparents' house and like my brother and I would get in trouble because we like, you know, did something we weren't supposed to, and we would be like in the living room doing jumping jacks and crying, and my grandparents are like so confused, but like also like surprisingly, my grandpa, he was very against corporal punishment, and so he thought it was funny that this was my dad's way of punishing us, because he was like, well, I don't want you to hit your kids, so like don't hit your kids. And so, but then they also obviously have to get punished, and yelling at them is not going to do anything but make them cry. They're not going to learn anything, so why don't you do something else? And so he thought it was so funny that my parents would make us do exercise, or my dad would make us do exercise. But Grandpa Cat was funny, because my grandpa, what he would do is if my brother and I got into a fight, he would separate us into different rooms, and he would go up to us and go, okay, Meow, I'm not gonna hit you, okay? But you have to pretend that you did, so that your brother thinks that I punished you, okay? And so you have to cry. And so I would cry. And then he would go, and I didn't realize this for a long time, he would do the same thing to my brother. He would go to my brother and be like, okay, you know, you guys got into a fight. I'm not gonna take sides, but I'm gonna try to make sure you like everybody knows that, you know, you need the other person to know that you got in trouble, but I'm not gonna do anything, okay? So just cry, and then we'll move on, okay? And then you guys can say sorry, okay? And then he's like, okay. And so we both fucking be bawling our eyes out. Cause also, like, our grandpa was a very gentle person, but he was also very intimidating, because Grandpa was over 6 feet. Over 6 feet, really quiet, gentle giant kind of guy. And he just did that. And so nobody wanted to cross, like basically nobody wanted to cross him, because he was like, he like earned all his respect, you know? And so he would do that, and it was always so funny to me. And I didn't realize until we got older that that's what he was doing, but it worked. So, you know. Based, yeah. Grandpa was very based. Also, same grandpa who, because I was basically raised by my grandparents, because both my parents were working, right? So I didn't have the opportunity to stay with my parents a lot of the time. So I stayed with my grandparents. And because I was a very mobile and overexcited child, and by the time I was like old enough to like, you know, eat and stuff like that, or basically by the time I was born, Grandpa Cat already started having more mobility problems, and he had to use like a cane to walk around, so he couldn't like chase after me and stuff. But I was a very mobile child, and so what he would do, because I mean, I mentioned I didn't grow up very wealthy, and neither were my grandparents. So Grandpa Cat, you know what he would do when it was time for me to eat? He didn't have like a booster seat or like a, you know, like, what are they called? Like the little chairs, like the children chairs for eating. You know what he would do? He would put me in a cardboard box, like I was like a puppy or something, and feed me while I was sitting in a cardboard box. That means, by the way, this image, hold on, let me find it. This fucking image is canon. Are we okay? Are we okay? Hi. Yeah, I just restarted stream. Yeah, this image is canon. This is when I started becoming a cat. I mean, it's their fault, man. My grandma was the one who named me Meow. My grandma named me Meow. Grandma and Papa Cat named me Meow. So, I guess they thought it would be funny. The please image, yeah. Actually, funny enough, here, I can show you guys a picture of my PC real quick. Let me see if I can take a picture. So some of y'all know that the Meow machine is, my PC is Meow themed. My friend built it for me. God, you can see how dirty my fucking glass is. But, so I actually put the please standee, into my PC. My god, why is this so crusty? Oh god, I need to clean my PC. I'm so sorry. Sorry you have to see this, but this is my PC right now. This is not inside. This thing is outside. It's just reflective. But there's a meow please standee in there, and yeah. Oops. Cause I was like, I want to stick more like things in my PC. It'd be fun. That's not like excessive, you know. I did that. I have okay, I have a question for y'all. For the new Meow mini stands, do y'all want that uploaded to? Did y'all want that uploaded to Etsy before Offkai and stuff, or would y'all be okay with waiting? What I'm referring to is this, the mini stand. So I don't know if y'all want them beforehand. Y'all want to wait? I don't know how many pieces I've ordered. I didn't order that many. I ordered 10. Wait, is that true? Is that true? Did I only order 10? Here, ASMR. Wah! It's just a handful of meows. I think it maybe is only 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, there's only 10. So I don't know if y'all want me to upload, like, if y'all want these sooner, or if there's an interest in me uploading them or not, or if I should just save them for the con. But if there are people who want them, I can work on getting these uploaded too. They're just like little mini stands. They're like 1.5 inches wide. And front and back. I really like how they turned out. They're very, I think they're cute. I'm just a, oh, where the fuck am I? I'm just a little guy. Just a little guy who could sit on your desk. 2.5 years done. Now we're at 3 year. I also have like Doobie, Nimi, and all of them as well. Try to restock as much as I could. Oh gosh, yawning, eepy. Also, question. Do y'all like or dislike or feel neutral about the auto event creator on Discord for streams? I just added it, because it was offered as a function on a bot that I've just had sitting in my, what's it called, for a long time, but I only just now set it up. I don't know if it's something y'all particularly care about or think is useful or helpful. I use the ping channel because it's just what I'm used to, so I muted the event channel. Ah, okay. I know some people have the ping channel as like the bot in general is muted, so I wanted to give people options. It's a little nice because I see the calendar thing, so I know you're live, but I just get the notification anyway, so I'd say neutral, but occasionally helpful. Okay. Yeah, I figured it like depends on like, I guess what device you're on. I'm not a person who particularly uses like Twitch notifications for streams and stuff, so I don't know what people have a preference for. I'm definitely more likely to see a Discord notification for like something I'm active in rather than a Twitch notification, you know? I do think it's sweet that some of y'all have my notifications on. It makes me happy. It reminds me, actually, there's this picture my friend took. We were at a con and it was with, I was hanging out with IPN a bunch, and someone went to go take a picture, I think like with Selene. I think he was holding Selene or something like that. And I guess I tweeted at the same exact moment my friend got their picture taken with Selene. So in the image, you can see my tweet pop up in notifications on the screen and blocks like half of Selene's forehead. And I was like, oh, my bad, bro. My bad. I didn't know he had notifications on. That's surprising. But yeah. I photobombed without even meaning to. IPN's very sweet though. If y'all haven't watched any of IPN's very rare occasional streams, he's a very sweet person. But yeah, I felt bad because like they messaged me later and was like, you photobombed my picture with Selene. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I usually mute Twitch notifications unless it's one of the 4 to 5 people I watch. I mute every Discord notification known to man. Yeah, I mute basically every single server I'm in, except for my own server. And if I'm in any stamp rallies, then I'll have those unmuted because it's information that I might need. Everything else is like muted. Oh, I just realized I forgot something else. I just rely on the email notifications from Twitch. Oh, wow. That could not be me. I like hate receiving emails, like extraneous emails. I've turned off and unsubscribed to like a majority of emails. I just like can't handle it. But if that is your preference, obviously, power to you. I just can't handle. Just can't handle having that many emails. Must be a Gen X thing. When is Gen X? What years is Gen X? Emails rarely mean good things to me. I just have so many emails in general that I'm like, I do not need the extra fluff, you know? They're all sent to a special folder by rules so they don't clutter my inbox. That's fair. The only emails I want to see are shipping and flight info. That's very fair. Have you figured out your off-Kai stuff yet? By any chance? How's that going for you? I get so many emails so often for various things. I can't not have, like, I basically always have my emails available because I also will sometimes have, like, I'm sure y'all have seen, I've had some collaborations with games, or not collaborations, but like I get game keys gifted to me by some devs sometimes, and so I want to make sure I don't miss those emails because I want to make sure I respond to them promptly, which is why I leave them open. And also, obviously, I run a business, so I have to like see my emails and whatever. But man, oh man, do I receive hundreds of emails a day, probably. It'll be a game time decision, TBH. I'll probably book everything, but it'll make it all refundable. Ah, okay. Well, I will be going to off-Kai. So if anyone is going to off-Kai and wants to hang out and see, I will be there. Yippee! Ah, excuse me. Every trip I've ever gone on has had many friends also go with me, so this is one particularly expensive for me. Have you not been able to find anyone? You can like potentially I think if you're in the off-Kai server, if I recall correctly, you can, if you're comfortable with it, find people to house with, which can help with saving some money. I also know that's like very daunting to do. People hate me? What? What did you do? Have you checked on Mako server if anyone wants to house with you? I did really not, but a few communities I've reached out to. Okay. I would say if you wanted to ask in the Meow server, you totally could. I don't know what people's plans are, but it is option. I've had some reviews. Good, good, good. I hope it works out. I love Mako. As a side note. I am potentially the biggest Mako simp known to man. No one can stop me. I love this Nakamiya rework. I'm glad! Being in BGM, I'm just listening here. I can send the playlist to y'all. It's just like a Twitch safe lo-fi playlist that's got like it's like video game lo-fi basically. It's okay, TBH, I met Mako recently and I will meet you in Boston, and some beaches I'd like to meet will be around next time, mayhaps. I love Mako. I am a Mako simp. Thanks for recognizing the Nitty song. I was gonna ask if it was like royalty free. Okay, it's supposed to be like copyright free, but I think so. In my experience, I think YouTube's a little bit more picky about it, so I don't know if it's YouTube safe technically. But I'm also not monetized on YouTube, so it doesn't really matter too much to me. The worst part is that I have 5 friends in San Jose, but they're unemployed and live with their parents, so no room for me. Oh no. Be like me, I'm crashing at, I often crash at friends, families' homes when I go to cons and stuff. If I'm close enough to them. People have also crashed at my parents' home before too. It's just a very regular artist thing, you know. It's kind of necessary sometimes to save money, because sometimes cons can be very expensive. Dude, you guys are so round. It's so cute! You guys are so cute! San Jose is a really nice area. Most of San Jose. Not all of San Jose. But a good amount of San Jose is pretty nice. Especially like downtown-ish area. Very nice and walkable. I will say. Well, because I have to say that because I have family in San Jose and they live in the roughest part of San Jose. I have family in San Diego for TwitchCon, but nothing in the Bay Area. Compared to San Francisco, ooh, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I can agree with that one. Entirely honest. I despise SF. Hey, that's where my brother lives. My brother lives in SF right now. Don't go find him, please. He's a weirdo. I rode to the Golden Gate Bridge and I was like, that's it? I mean, I think the you know, movie touristy things in SF are not very interesting. I think there's a lot of good food in SF though. San Francisco residents, when they see 10 minutes of sunny through, that's pretty true. It's not even smog, they just get the marine layer. A little different. I have a tummy ache. Suddenly tummy ache. Look at you guys! Okay, to be fair, I didn't really get to know the town. I just drove through and saw people in tents, smog, iron bars over storefronts, motorcycles driving in the white lane, Honda Civics with more mods than the MSRP of the car, and I was like, yeah, I'm not a fan of this area. You can let me know if that's a fair judgment. To be fair, that's like a lot of California, I think. I refer to all overcast weather in Cali as smog, even if it's not technically accurate. That's fair. But I'm here! I'm in California! You hate me? Don't answer that. San Jose is just like Reno, so it's slightly better. Reno is not that great either, in my opinion. Yeah! There's nothing there. Like, except for like maybe a few casinos, that's about it, right? I don't actually know if there's anything else interesting in Reno. I went to Reno, almost got into a car accident because of the texter and driver. Fuck Reno. The only recollection I have is when I was driving through Reno with, I think my brother was actually driving, and there's an area that's called Rainbow Road because of it often gets very misty there, and so then you just see like basically it actually feels like you're driving on Rainbow Road because there's just so much like rainbow mist and all that shit. Reno's like Vegas if shed a cicada skin in 1975. You gotta understand, California has its own rating system. Everything is F tier, so we have to subdivide F tier into... That's so toxic! I don't even think California's that bad. I don't think California's that bad. I think things are expensive, but I don't think it's actually bad. Like, honestly, honest to God, I think people in California overall are way nicer than like almost anywhere else in the United States. Because guess what? I see and hear people talk about Southern hospitality, but I feel like a lot of it is passive aggressive. Furthermore, I don't think Southern hospitality particularly extends to certain minorities, so I think California in that way is much better. Also, people are less likely to judge you, in my experience, if you speak a different language in California compared to everywhere else. California is S tier but drops ranks entirely based on your tax bracket. That's a fair assessment. It's terrible. Y'all drive 20 miles above the speed limit and pay ridiculous housing prices. You know why we can drive 20 miles above the speed limit? It's because California has the strictest driving laws in all of the United States. It's the hardest to get a license in California, and it's the only state where wherever you go and move, you can transfer your driver's license without having to take a driving test because California laws are that much stricter. So native Californian people typically, depending on, I guess it also depends on where you are on average better drivers than anywhere else in the United States. I will say that with my whole heart. Doesn't excuse recklessness. I'm not gonna say anything because I drive fast, so. I'm afraid driving in any other state. Have you driven in Texas before? People don't even abide by the fucking traffic lights. Okay, people don't drive 90 in California in most places, by the way. That's just also not really true. 85 is like probably as close as you'll get typically, unless it's like really late at night or something. But most of the time people just drive 75. Man, fuck Southern hospitality. Yeah, they're hospitable if you look a certain way. Yeah, imagine pulling someone over and seeing California driver's license and go, yeah, oh yeah, that makes sense. Have a good one. I was shocked when I was driving outside California and people weren't going over 20 over. Exactly. How many Cupertino? Everyone's doing 90. Okay, because Cupertino's in the middle of fuck nowhere. Like, what do... There's nothing there. What are you gonna hit? A cow? Like... If you drive in the city, like, people don't drive that as fast. Oh no, the air I just said. Yeah, but there's... Okay, yes, Silicon Valley, but people don't fucking live in Silicon Valley, usually. Or at least in actual cities where there's tech stuff. It's just fucking industry. Sorry, I'm gonna goddamn hit Apple? My bad, bro. I'm sorry, I'm gonna crash out. I would take New York drivers any day, bro. No! I would not. No. For one, New York drivers are just loud. I can't take that shit. No, get that shit out of here. Nah, I'm good. At least I can predict the blinker less lane changing. That's because you can't go anywhere! That's cause you can't move! Of course you can predict it! The blinker's on for like 5 years! No shit, you can fucking predict the blinker! New York is a fucking test of Darwinism, I agree! I've been to New York a handful of times, okay? And I will say every fucking time, anytime I had to go into the city, I wanna off myself. But even outside of the city, I think that people... Okay, I'm gonna be entirely honest with you, okay? Okay, listen. I've heard enough, we need to build more lanes in California. More lanes is not gonna solve the problem, unfortunately. Listen, okay? I've been in multiple parts of New York, not just the city, okay? My fear in general across almost the entire East Coast is why... Okay. Why the fuck do your guys' goddamn, like, traffic lights, why are they hanging from a wire and then swing in the wind and your car is like this and like, I'm gonna get hit, I'm gonna die, what if this thing falls in the, why? No, that's terrifying. I've seen how much they move when it's windy, okay? I've seen it go fucking yippee! And like, it feels like they're like a kid on a swing! I get so much anxiety! Yes! Have them fucking secured! God damn, why are they on a fucking string? It's not a worm on a string, it's a traffic light! Those things are huge! Have you seen how big they are? That's not true! I would rather have instant death getting fucking smashed in a 90 miles per hour car accident than being like fucking squashed and die slowly and bleed out from fucking blunt force damage from a traffic light hitting me. I'm gonna be honest. Like, here, let me just... Do you guys know how fucking large these things are? If you got crushed by this, you're fucking bleeding out! That's bigger than a person! And it's way heavier! Why are they hanging? Why are they not secured to a fucking pole? I trust the dangling traffic lights not to fall more than I trust most things in life. I don't! They literally never fall? Yeah, I'm finding literally only information about like the fucking light actually breaking and not goddamn like the light itself falling. Do you drive a Kia Soul? There's no way the traffic light would kill you. If I'm a fucking pedestrian, it would. Because guess what's right under this little dangly bitch ass thing? Guess what's right here? This is a crosswalk. Where's this gonna go? On my fucking head! No shot, you're Googling fallen traffic lights right now? I am. California's just a sad state. Meow's the only upside. I've been to so many states. I've lived in so many places, man. I'm telling you right now, I still would prefer California. If the wind is pushing it around enough, then it won't fall down. It go off to the side. Then it's gonna... I just threw my fucking tablet pen. It's gonna hit the guy across the street then! How is that any better? Wear a helmet then? How about I just don't go to the East Coast? I'm actually canceling my flight to Boston right now as we speak. Just make the cities so unwalkable there won't be any pedestrians. See, you understand. Grass Valley understands. See, exactly. That's why California is better. They just don't make things walkable. So then, like, how are you gonna get hit by a traffic light if you fucking don't walk? Duh. Michigan drivers are the best drivers in the country, and swear to God? What? I haven't been to Michigan, so I can't say anything on that, I'm gonna be honest, but... Where do you get that from? Depends when it breaks off in the momentum. I need to learn 3D modeling and physics engines just so I can model this shit. That'd be so fucking hype. I just looked up fallen traffic light, kind of kills hundreds of thousands of people a year. What? I can't even tell if you're lying because it's too much for me to have to Google right now. There's a chance the wind instead makes the traffic light fly directly down in the pedestrian faster at normal speed. Listen, Jake's mom is a East Coast native, and she has even told me that she's fucking anxious from like the traffic lights. So I think that's enough for me. Sorry, I need a second. When I Google fallen traffic light injury, I find more people falling off the poles after celebrating sports than lights falling on people. In Boston, Massachusetts, fallen traffic lights kill 50,000 out-of-state tourists going to conventions every year. Motorcycles on the white line is what really stresses me out though, LMAO. Lane splitting is only legal in a few states. California is one of them. The reason for that being is that, first of all, you have to have a separate motorcycle license. And, first of all, yeah. And second of all, like, the reason for that is because they want to incentivize people to, basically not clog up the freeway. And so lane splitting is allowed because when there's lots of traffic, especially in Los Angeles, you can lane split so that you can basically surpass traffic. And it's supposed to incentivize people to use other ways of gas consumption that is not as bad as cars. Lane splitting being skipping traffic should be legal everywhere. I agree. Recently illegal in Cali because everyone's going fast enough. There's no pain and collision. I don't know how often. I don't know how often motorcycle accidents actually happen, especially because in California, I feel like most people actually just drive in like packs of motorcycles. No, lane splitting is not evil. Like, it's actually more unsafe. Okay, here's the thing, okay? I don't think you can say lane splitting is evil if you have not actually been stuck in California traffic, because it's actually more unsafe. It's actually more unsafe for motorcyclists to be going too slow than it is for them to be lane splitting so that it's so they could go quickly. I only see lane splitting in really bad traffic, so it's not scary at all. Yeah, it's actually more unsafe if the motorcyclist was supposed to like sit there and crawl in lane. That's more unsafe for them than lane splitting. And people, yeah, only really lane split when it's lots of traffic. So I disagree with your thing that lane splitting is evil. You just feel bad. As a driver, you feel bad because then you can't fucking cut traffic too. Just don't drive a motorcycle. Plus, I don't care what happens to someone who isn't stuck in traffic. Crazy take, by the way. They're out of there, I can't think about them. True. Let them go. I don't know. I think motorcycles are cool. I enjoyed riding motorcycles. I did that a lot when I was in Asia. I don't care that they get to skip the line. They're simply not stuck like I am. Hi, Tama. You hate motorcycles laughing when you want them far away from you? Yeah. How long are you streaming for? I don't have a set time. Why? What's up? Most motorcycle accidents are due to car drivers not doing their due diligence. Yeah, it's the same thing about bikes in general. Like, would you say riding a fucking human-powered bike is dangerous? It's just as dangerous to ride a motorcycle. The only difference is you're going fast. Yeah. I don't trust drivers. I hate being in traffic, so if someone finds a way to free themselves from the constant traffic in general, hell yeah. My friend says that he would in an instant choose to Thanos snap half of the Los Angeles population if it meant it can reduce traffic. Even if it meant snap, like Thanos snapping people he loves, himself, or whatever it may be, if it's for the sake of reducing Los Angeles traffic, he would do it in a heartbeat. I don't want to feel guilty when they hit my car then die because they hate me. Okay, they're usually not going to hit you and die. It's more going to be the other way around, I'm going to be honest. And second of all, like, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I said this like yesterday or in the server or 2 days ago, but everybody is at least one person, okay? You are either a person who gets hit or run over by a car, or a person who gets hit or run over by a car. You are one or the other. I am the person who has been run over, okay? And whether you're on a motorcycle or as a pedestrian or whatever it may be, that is different, but everybody experiences one. That guy needs to move out of LA. Unfortunately, he works in esports, so he cannot. Tama! Thank you for the raid! I understand why you asked now. I appreciate you so much, Tama! What were you up to? What were you drawing? Also, hello, Tama chat. I'm Meow. You're not the local tiny magical cat and idle in training. Today we are working on emotes and subscriber badges. How are you all today? Hope you had a good stream. I miss you. We are currently talking about whether or not it is lane splitting should be allowed. I was drawing cons and drew a doodle for McDonald's. McDonald's? Cars are too big, that's a problem. I agree. I hate big trucks, by the way. If you're a big truck driver, I'm looking at you. If you are a big truck driver and you do not use a pickup for pickup reasons, then I'm judging you. Best fucking doodle in the world. I want to see it. Big rigs scare me? Yeah, me too. If I had to choose, I guess, just go and hit someone to keep myself safe. That's crazy. I never thought about it if everyone had a motorcycle and cars are banned. Work in esports, I do hope they stay employed. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if they are currently employed. They have been laid off before. They used to work for TSM, but they got laid off from TSM a while back, so I think they have a different job. Do you have any Discord? Oh, okay. Need public transit everywhere? Okay. Although I agree with your statement, I will say I talked about how, oh, that's so cute. I will say the reason why, God, this doodle page has gotten so large. The reason why, I don't need to actually use this. The reason why we don't have public transit in a lot of places is because you need high density housing for public transit to actually be viable. And we don't unfortunately have that in places like California for the most part, unless you're in the big city. Most places across the world are have high population density, which is why public transit works, and that's why public transit works in places like New York. But in places without high population density and housing density, you typically will not find functional public transit. We should become Japan, yeah, but we also have to increase our population density for that. I gotta run and order my McDonald's. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Tama. Thank you for the raid. Have a good eat. That sounds honestly kind of yummy. I kind of want nuggies. I love you. Thank you for sharing your community with me. Who wants to redesign infrastructure across the United States? Don't look at me. I don't want to be a part of this. Do not include me in this. I refuse. We already have the maps drawn up. That's pretty true. There's actually a lot of stuff. The things that's stopping people from doing stuff like that is the fact that big oil is lobbying towards not allowing public transit to like basically take off. We need to make a half car, half motorcycle thing called the Meowmobile. If anyone ever gets a Meowitasha, can they please put it on like a fucking pickup truck? I just think that would be so funny. Not like a giant pickup truck, but like just like a pickup truck, like a shitty pickup truck. Please. I'm begging. I think that would be so funny. Rich California nimbies hate dense housing. True. That'd be so out of place. It's so funny though. Imagine how comical and a fucking truck Itasha would be though. Just think about it. Think about the meme potential. Or I don't know, fucking make a tricycle Itasha. That would also work for me, I guess. Okay. Just feel like a trucky Tasha would be so hee funny that it would have to be done, you know? If Elon Musk told me he'd build a hole in the ground that only fits Tesla products and will guarantee me quick trans. And how did that go for you? And he personally told you, right? I will say the one thing that sucks about California is that you will see a lot of Cybertrucks, unfortunately. That is the worst part about being in California. But the Cybertrucks are not fake, they're real. I'm fine speeding if no one else is on the road, but that's never the case unless you're in the middle of nowhere on the state highway. See, the thing is, in California, that happens a lot because we have... Okay, you have to remember the fact that California is so fucking big. It takes you, like, 12 hours to drive from tip to tip. California, I'm pretty sure. And that's without traffic. But, like, whenever people make long drives... Yeah, tip to tip. So it happens quite often in like those places, but I don't think people drive fucking 90 plus in places that it's not like middle of the night where and like middle of nowhere. Just don't go in the fast lane. If you're scared, don't go in the fast lane. Easy. Easy solution. Because Californians actually use the fast lane as a fast lane. I noticed that other states do not do that. They said stay in your lane. Yeah, stay in your fucking lane, bro. Yeah, that's more unsafe. The fact that California speeds are basically dictated by which lane you're in is so much safer than fucking going whatever the fuck speed you want and whatever the fuck lane you want. Like, that's fucked up. Seattle passive aggressive drivers suck. I haven't driven in Seattle. I wouldn't know. Seattle's really bad. Yeah, I've never driven in Seattle before. I mean, I've been to Seattle, but I've never driven in Seattle, so I wouldn't know. Left lane camping is all pervasive. Oof. Yeah, in California, in a lot of places in California, if you are in the fast lane and someone's behind you, or the other way around, if you want to go faster and they're going slower than you, they will almost always move out of the way so that you can move to a like, so they can pass you. Which I think is kind of nice. Some states enforce left lane being passing only, and I wish my state had that. I don't think California can do passing only lane just because we need all our lanes, but I will say that overall people are pretty respectful of the fast lane being a fast lane, and it's always out-of-state motherfuckers that don't respect that. The SoCal have toll/carpool fast lane? Yes, they do. They have some. Okay, in SoCal they have fast track, which is the like toll lanes, but they also have carpool. So it just depends. And some places combine them and some places don't. Some places require you to have the fast track like monitor or beeper or whatever the fuck it is, the little brick, in order to use the carpool, but it doesn't charge you. But it also depends. I guess I'm just conditioned to be used to East Coast. They're probably just as crappy as each other, just like California, because the culture is shocking and scary. Yeah. I think you need to experience more places of living. Seattle to me is like Japan to a lot of white people. I idolize Seattle. I don't want to ever actually go there or learn about it so I can keep an idealized version of it in my head. That's so funny. That's such a funny thought. My best friend lives in Seattle, and so do my nieces, but I think they overall like Seattle, but it is a little dreary. You guys look more like a fucking chinchilla than a cat, I'm gonna be real. I also just realized I'm not drawing your guys' whiskers, so I need to fix that. Hold on. Visit during the summer festival season, Memorial Day to Labor Day. No, enough. I will take your word for that. Is that when they launched the Space Needle into space? What? Are you okay? They do what now? The Space Needle isn't even that cool, not gonna lie. It's like the Golden Gate. Most modern architecture is not cool. Period. Listen, I used to be an architecture artist. I used to draw architecture, and let me tell you, I hate modern architecture with a burning fucking passion. Summers are beautiful here, and that's 15 hours of daylight from May Day to August 1st. Dude, the fact that it doesn't get dark at like 9 p- like it's still like you can see with relatively decently at like 9 p.m. trips me the fuck up. I'm gonna be real. That shit is so weird. In Seattle, it's so confusing. I'm not a fan of modern architecture in most cases. I mean, it's like any super upper northern hemisphere type shit, you know? It's like that in Alaska as well, I believe. It's not exclusively a Seattle thing. I was in Oslo in early May and it was still daylight after 10 p.m. That is so trippy, man. My takeaway from this conversation is that I ever become a governor of California, I'm mandating all traffic lights dangle by a tiny thread of string over the heads of pedestrians. And my takeaway from that is I will hire a hitman specifically just for you, Dante. And I will make sure to take you out. I'm sorry. In that universe, I'm sorry. That would not be okay. You wouldn't expect Seattle to be on the list, but it's high up there. I'll take his place. Yeah. Also 6 feet under? I will make sure neither of you get to that point in your life to be able to take and become governor of California. I'm telling you right now, it won't happen. No. Not in any of my 8 remaining lives will that be allowed. I'll hire and train secret proteges. There will be an infinite amount of governors to take out. If I become a serial hitman hire, then so be it. That is the legacy I must live. Streamer MiaoYuen threatens kind chatter with violence based on simple difference opinions. It is not a simple difference of opinion! If it was just a simple difference of opinion, we would not be having this conversation. What the fuck? What the? Bad lurk, thanks for streaming. If I don't make it back to the okay. Have a good lurk. Thanks for hanging out today. Oh, I forgot the eyebrows. Kadak Meow energy will never be replicated by any other VTuber. MiaoYuen is real. I feel like it takes so little to just fucking make me crash out on stream. It takes so little to just get me to crash out like that. Oh, eyebrows, eyebrows, eyebrows. It takes extremely little, and that's part of the reason why you're not gonna meow. I appreciate you guys. I'm just a silly little streamer. Doing silly streamer things. Architecture major, true story. When I was in grad school, aerospace engineering, we got a new student that transferred in from architecture. Aerospace to architecture seems like an insane path. Wonder what went through that person's head to get them to where they to go from aerospace or from architecture to aerospace. But I will say, from what I've been told from people who were architecture majors, it's rough. It's very rough. We had 2 responses. 1, nobody transfers into aerospace engineering. I think one of my friends did aerospace, or maybe he was thinking about doing it. I don't know if he ended up doing it. He might have done mechanical. Or he switched to mechanical. Have you ever watched Seinfeld? No. Well, seen some of it, but I haven't watched it in like full or anything like that. This is 4-year? I'm gonna get boba today. I'm craving, kind of craving a little drink today. And so why do all the new buildings look like they're designed by people on drugs? That's a fair question. It's because, so interestingly enough, a lot of people do like really insane architecture and stuff because it's treated kind of like as an art form. But once you learn about the absolute war between architecture and civil engineers, it's so funny. I'm gonna become a licensed mental health counselor or die trying master's. I'm not gonna be applying for undergrads yet. And draw fucking... what am I doing? What am I doing actually? Because they're all on drugs. That's pretty real. That you might be right about that one. Is that why they left? They didn't fit in like that? Try it for dinner tonight. I think I have some leftovers. I think I still have a chicken bake. Noodles. Not sure what else I have. Oh. Got squishy cat bean. Okay. And then I need a tail. Big fluffy tail. What's up a little? Okay. Alright, and then dun 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 dun. I know I said I was gonna work on emotes, and then instead I worked on subscriber badges, but I think this was still necessary, so. Kremno, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Nakamiao. How are you today? You're from the raid, I believe. Honestly, I can't go empty. I have to go, but I'll be sure to come by again. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you have a good rest of your day. See you around. Need to do like the little... My coworker has miscounted the register like 10 consecutive days in a row. I think someone slept through first grade. Maybe she doesn't know how many cents is each coin. Should I quiz her? You should quiz her. That does seem like a very big problem, personally. The art is so pog. Thanks! Whoa! Yeah, you guys got little teeth. Little teeth. Where is that gold color? This? And then my light stick color is like... I'm eyeballing it. This? Oh, that's really close actually. I think this is good. I was like, I hope I get my light stick color right. Have I, hold on, let me see. I haven't maximized the amount of space each of these takes, so I have to like, I'll probably re-upload them, so I can crop out the white space. Still have not played Undertale to this day. Actually, that's kind of a lie, because I technically did play, but then I never beat it. Deltarune soon. I couldn't get into Undertale because it has, like, bullet hell type mechanics, and I really, really, really hate bullet hell type games. So I know it's not even that, like, complicated of one, but I still couldn't do it. Not mentioning any spoilers, but the end of Undertale made me not want to even replay it. Oh. I feel like everyone has, like, very good experiences with it. And, like, there's also different endings depending on, you know, what you do in the game. Oh. There's multiple endings, but the final boss was the most uncomfortable experience I've had in a video game in a very long time. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Undertale was one of the first games I bought on Steam, but I never ended up finishing it because, yeah, it's just, like, not my cup of tea, like, that type of game. So I will just trust people when they say that they really enjoy and love the game, but that's not personally my thing. All right, cool. So let's see here. All right, what I'm gonna do is save this, and then I'm going to and try to enlarge it as best as I can to the full size. Merge selected layers. This one. Large. Oh, what the heck? For some reason I was enlarging the fucking perspective ruler. Okay. One thing I didn't like about my original sub badges was that, like, on I think the 2-year one, 2-year plus one, the light sticks like cut off a little bit, and so I felt like it looked a little weird. So I'm glad to like finally fix that. Merge. This one is so cute, man. You guys are so ball. round. Okay. Merge. I want a Nakamiya plushie. I would love to make Nakamiya plushies. Genuinely would love to, but definitely won't be happening anytime soon because of fucking tariffs and shit. But maybe one day. Maybe one day we can do a little crowdfund for a plushie. And you guys can vote which one you guys want. My friend makes plushies and has a plushie manufacturer, so if I genuinely did want to run and make plushies, I totally could. So it's not completely out of the question, just out of the question as of right now. And it's pretty expensive too, so y'all would have to be willing to commit. Because I think the minimum order is like 100 pieces, and I don't know if I could sell 100. I don't know, maybe some people would just be into the fucking cat. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's go ahead and save. Save as. Do Photoshop document. Save. Save as duplicate, PNG. I don't know if I can afford 100 of anything right now. Trust me too. Maybe breath mints? I don't know if I can even do that one, bro. Duplicate, PNG. 2.5. Here. Which one would y'all want the most out of the ones that I've drawn thus far? Is there a specific one that appeals to you the most? Alright, let's go ahead and convert these. I like the glow stick one. I like the glow stick one too. I do think it's probably my favorite. Download 1.5 size 2-year download here size 5. Oops. Size 3. Download 3. Size 3.5. Or download. Extract all. Okay. Extract all. Okay. Extract all. Oh. Extract all. Okay. Extract all. Okay. Extract all. Alright. Ugh. Wait, what happened? It like broke for some reason. Wait, why did 2.5 break? Extract all? Oh, 2.5 did not download properly. Oh, what the fuck? Why? What the fuck? Delete. Okay, so I gotta redo some of this apparently, because it just fucking broke. Okay. To 2.5? Two 2.5. Oh, all the like half year ones like broke for some reason. Extract. Okay, yeah. I got it to work. Resize. 3.5 year. Download. 3.5 year. I put 35 year. Hype. Extract. All. Okay. Resize. Are you guys ready to get to 4 fucking years? Think you could do it? 4 years of subscribing to Miao. Is that too much to ask? Surely I'll be subbed that long? Really? Four years too little, got a sub for 40? Holy shit, 40 years. Meow gatekeeping? I don't even know if Twitch even has like... well, definitely does not have that far in advance because that doesn't even fucking exist, but... Here? I feel like sub badges are making me feel like I joined an MMO years late. I don't think Twitch will be around 4 more years, never mind 40, but we'll see. Holy shit. Okay, I started streaming, and when I first started streaming, I wasn't streaming super regularly, so I wouldn't feel too bad about it. I was still in college at the time, and yeah, I wasn't streaming super regularly, and also on top of that, I took a really big hiatus very early on in my streaming career because of lots of reasons. So I was gone, so it's not all that surprising. So yeah, I didn't grow a lot for the first like 2-ish years because I was like busy with school and also just not really streaming very much and stuff like that. If Dan Clancy sells his Vegas City, he can keep funding it. Oh, so true. Guys, we're almost there. It's got all of the cats up. Upload, save. 4 years. Yeah, I wonder what the longest Twitch badge thing is. I don't even know how long Twitch has been around for. Like how long, what's the longest sub badge thing? Oh, yeah, I don't even know actually. That work. Okay, yippee! So we've uploaded everything from 1.5 to 4 years. So if you refresh your page, if you have any of those, you will get the updated one. So, yeah. I've seen 4 years, but I don't know about longer than that. Well, I know there's 4.5 years. Cause that's my next badge unlock. But, yeah. 6? Sheesh! One day you will be, maybe I'll make a Godzilla cat or something for that. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end stream because I'm getting fucking hungry. It was really fun hanging out with everyone today. I had a really good time and I'm glad I got to finish fucking six drawings and a whole econ lesson. And yeah. Thank you. But yeah, I will see you all on Monday. I will be back with drawing. I'm not sure what I'll be working on yet, but we'll figure it out. Oh, last thing, I will be on Mako's birthday stream this Sunday for Totsu, and I might be playing games as well. We'll see. But yeah, if you want to go check out Mako's birthday stream, I will be there. Yes, I will avoid those traffic lights. And yes. Okay, thank you so much for hanging out with me today, everybody, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, night, or whatever's where you are. Bye, everybody. Bye. Mwah.